It's hard, guys. It's not easy. Know when alt text should be left blank. In the last challenge, you learned that including an alt attribute when using image tags is in the last challenge. In the last challenge, you learned that including an alt attribute when using image tags is mandatory.
Mandatory.
Mandatory. Something that is mandatory must be done or is demanded by law. Mandatory. Something that is mandatory must be done or demanded by law. Made necessary usually by law. So in the last challenge, you learned that including an alt attribute when using tags is mandatory. Important. It means important.
Mandatory.
Mandatory. It means important. Necessary. Made necessarily. Usually. Used to describe something. Yeah. Used. Mandatory is mean used to describe something that must be done, usually because the law status. However, sometimes images are grouped with a caption already describing them or are used for decoration only. In these cases, alt text may seem redundant. Redundant. Redundant.
Redundant.
Redundant. Redundant. Redundant, especially for word phrase, redundant,
Unnecessary.
unnecessary, because it is more than is needed. Redundant, yeah, because because in these cases, alt text may seem redundant or unnecessary because we already have a caption describing them. So in these cases, alt text may be seem redundant. When an image is already when explained with text content or does not add meaning to page, the still needs an alt attribute. But if it can be set to empty string here, background images usually fall under the decorative label as well. However, they are typically applied with CSS rules, therefore not part of the markup scene reader's process. Note, for images with a caption, you may still want to include alt text since it helps search engines catalog the image content. CapCut has coded a skeleton page for the blog part of his website. He's He's planning to add a visual break between his two articles with a decorative image of a samurai sword. Add add an day night no social media for no rule for no sex girls. Girls and waste time. Four rules. Yeah, day night applying for no rules. Sex, social media, girls waste time. I think this is the first day. Yeah, first day. Of course, first day. Right. Covercast has coded a skeleton page for the blog part of his website. He's planning to add a visual break between his two articles with a decorative image. Using heading to show
hierarchical,
hierarchical. Blushing, sorry.
Hierarchical.
Hierarchical.
Hierarchical. Hierarchical.
Arranged according to pupils or things level of importance. Hierarchical. Use headings to show hierarchical relationships of content. Oh, so I need to use headings element to show hierarchical relationships of content. Heading 1 through 8 heading H1 through H6 elements are workhouse tags that help provide structure and labeling to your content. Screen readers can be set to read only the headings. Head readers can be set to read only the headings on the page, so the user gets a summary. Gets a summary. This means. This means it is important for the heading tags in your markup to have semantic.
Semantic.
Semantic. Semantic.
Semantic.
Connect with the meanings of word to have semantic meaning and relate to each other, not be picked merely for their side values. Semantic meaning means that the tag you use around content indicators the type of information it contains. If you were writing a paper with an instruction, a body, and a conclusion, it wouldn't make much sense to put the conclusion as a subsection of body in your outline. It should be its own section. Similarly, the heading tags in a page need to be go in order and indicate the hierarchical relationships your content. Headings with equal or higher headings with equal or higher rank heading with equal or higher rank start new imply section. Headings with lower rank start subsections of the previous one. An example: a page with 8 to element follows by several subsection labeled with H for word confuse a screen. Jump straight to the content using the main element. Jump straight to the content using the main element. HTML5 introduced several new elements that give developers more options while also incorporating
Incorporation.
Incorporate.
To include something as part of something larger. Incorporate. To include something within something else. To make a business into a corporation. To make a company or in HTML5 introduce several new elements that give why include accessibility features. These tags include main, header, footer, nav, article, and section, among others. By default, a browser renders By default, a browser renders these elements similar to the humble div.
Humble.
By default, a browser renders humble div. However, using them where appropriate gives addition meaning to your markup. The tag name alone can indicate the type of information it contains, which adds semantic meaning to that content. Assistive technology can access this information to provide better page summary their user. The main element is used to wrap you guessed it the main content, and there should be only one per page. Is meant to scout the information related to your page's central topic. It's not meant to include items that repeat across pages, like navigation, links, or banners. The main tag also has an embedded landmark feature that assistive technology can use to navigate to the main content quickly. If you've ever seen a jump to main content link at the top of the page, using the main tag automatically gives assistive device that functional. So it's so easy for like jump straight to content using main element, like HTML5 has main header, footer, nav, article section to make like readers coder easy to render it. Cambercast has some big ideas for his Ninja Weapons page. Help him set up his markup by adding open and closing main tags between the header and footer. Cover in one challenges keep the main tags empty for now. So I think that I just need to add like main element wrap contain in the article element. Article is another one of the new HTML5 elements that add semantic meaning to your markup. Article is a sectioning element. And is used to wrap independent self-contained content. The tag works well with blog entires, forum posts, new articles. Determine whether content can stand alone is usually a judgment call, but you can use a couple of simple tests. Ask yourself, if you removed or sprouting content, would that content still make sense similarly? Similarly, for text, would the text hold up if it were in a RSS feed? Remember that folks using assistive technologies rely on organized, semantically meaningful markup to better understand your work. Note The section element is also new with HTML5 and has a slightly different semantic meaning than an article. An article, yeah, I think that is the same, kind of really the same here. An article is for standalone. Standard. Standalone content, and a section is for grouping thematically related content. They can be used within each other as needed. For example, if a book is the article, then each chapter is a section, whether there's no relationship between groups of content. Deep groups contain section groups related. It's kind of really easy. Article. Fuck it. It's kind of really easy, guys. Make screen reader navigation easier with header marker. Make screen reader navigation easier with the header mark. Header, the next HTML5 element that adds semantic meaning and provides accessibility is the header tag. It's used to wrap introductory information or navigation links for its parent tag, and works well around content that's repeated and at the top of multiple pages. Wrap introductory information or navigation links for its parent tag and works well around content repeated at the top of multiple page. Header shares the
Embeddedness.
Embedded fixed into surface of something. If an emotion, opinion, etc. is embedded in someone or something, it is a very strong or important part of him. Embedded. Existing or firmly attached with something or under a surface. Header shares the embedded landmark feature you saw with main, allowing assistive technology to quick navigate to the content. The header is meant for use in the body tag of Camber Cat is writing some great articles about ninja training and want to add a page for them his side. Header. Oh, I understand. It's fucking really easy. It's from the start to now. It's like the previous elements I have learned. It's so simple. It makes screen reader easier, read easier. So simple, just simple like that. Okay. So make screen reader navigation easier with the header mark. Introduction information navigation links for its parent tag and works well around content that's repeated and the top of multiple pages. Header shares the embedded landmark feature you saw with main, allowing assistive technology to quickly navigate to the content. The header is meant for use in the body tag of your HTML document. It is different than the header element, which contains the page's title, meta information, etc. Make screen reader navigation makes just easy like that. Make screen. So for apply accessibility, for this challenge, for this whole the big lesson I learned for apply accessibility is mean make reader easy, read easier, make reader read easier. That is the point of this lesson. The concept, the fact, the meaning, the meaningful of this lesson. We need to figure out what is the concept of the lesson we want to learn. It will really more effective. Make screen reader navigation easier with the nav learn. Make screen reader navigation easier with the nav landmark. The nav element is another HTML5 element with the embedded landmark feature for easy screen reader navigation. This tag is meant to wrap around the main navigation links in your page. If there are repeated side links at the bottom of the page, it isn't necessary to mark up those with nav. I kind of understand really good this the reason why the reason why it makes me easier to understand is understand the concept and the meaning of the lesson. Just easy like that. Make screen reader navigation easier with the nav landmark. The nav element is another HTML5 element with the embedded landmark feature for easier screen reader navigation. This tag, yeah, the most meaningful, you need to understand that, like, make screen reader easier to read. This tag is meant to wrap around the main navigation links into your page. If there are repeated side links at the bottom of the page, it is necessary to mark off those with a nav tag as well, using a footer covering in the next challenge of make screen reader navigation easier. Yeah, the meaning. This is the key of this lesson. Apply accessibility. Make screen reader navigation easier with the footer landmark. Similar to header. Similar to header and nav, the footer element has a built-in landmark feature that allows similar to header and nav, the footer element similar to header and nav. Footer element has a built-in landmark feature that allows assistive device to quickly navigate to it. Is primarily used to contain copyright information or links to related documents that usually sit at the bottom of the page. Cambercat's training page is making good progress. Change the div he used to wrap his copyright information at the bottom of the page to the footer. Improve accessibility. Improve accessibility. The fact of being able to reach or obtain easily. The fact of being able to reach or obtain easily. The quality of being able to enter or used by everyone, including people who have disability. The quality of being easy to understand or enjoy. The quality or characteristic of something that makes it possible to approach, enter, or use it. Audio content with audio element. Audio content HTML files. Audio element gives semantic meaning when it wraps out or audio stream content in your markup. Sound or audio content also needs a text alternative to be accessible to people who are deaf or hard of hearing. This can be done with nearby text on the page or link to a transcript. The audio tag supports the controls attribute. This shows the browser default by pause, and other controls and spots the keyboard function. This is a Boolean attribute, meaning it doesn't need a value. It's presence
presence,
on the tag number. Oh my god, it's super cool, right?
multimedia,
Multimedia content usually has both visual and auditory components. Note multimedia multimedia note
multimedia,
multimedia content usually multimedia content usually has both visual and auditory components. It needs
synchronize,
synchronize happen together at the same or right time, or happen together at the same or right time, synchronize captions and transcript, so user with visual or auditory impairments can access it. Generally, a web developer is not responsible for creating the captions or transcript, but needs to know to include them. So the improvement accessibility improve accessibility of audio content with the audio element. So HTML5's audio element gives semantic meaning when it wraps sound audio stream content in your markup. Audio content also needs a text alternative to be accessible to people who are deaf or hard of hearing. This can be done with nearby text or transcript the audio tag spots the controls attribute so the audio tag spots the control attribute. This shows the browser default play ports and other controls and spot keyboard functionality. This is Boolean attribute mean time to take a break. Time to take break from Caber Cat and Meet Fellow, a cameo on accessibility and screen reader user. To hear a clip of his screen reader in action, add an audio element after B control attribute, then place a source tag. The audio clip may sound fast and difficult to understand, but that normal speed for so let me see. Audio control Oh my god. Okay. So far so good. Improve chart. Improve chart accessibility with the figured element. Figured improve chart. Oh, my name.
Chart.
Chart. A drawing that shows information in a simple way of using lines and curves to show amount. Improve chart accessibility with the figured element. HTML5 introduced the figured element and the related figure caption. Figured element. HTML5 introduced the figured element and the related figured caption. Used together, these items wrap a visual represent. Oh my god. Used together, these items, figure and fig caption, wrap a visual representation.
Representation.
A visual representation like an image, diagram or chart. Oh, so like improve chart accessibility, like figured element or fig caption element, just more in our goal to our improve chart accessibility with, so like that, along with its caption. Wrapping these elements together gives a two-fold accessible boost. Boost by semantically grouping related content and providing a text alternative explaining the figure. For data visualizations like charts, the caption can be used to briefly note the trends or conclusions for users with visual impairments. For data visualizations like charts, the caption can be used to briefly note the trends of conclusion for users with visual impairments. Another challenge covers how to move a table version of the chart data off screen. UCS. So improve chart accessibility. Now I have image element. We have like oh, figure caption. So where is my caption? Fuck it. Cambercat is hard at work. Create a
Stacked.
Par chart showing the amount of time per week to spend training in stealth, combat and weapons. Help him struck his pay better by chain diff figure attack. He used to a figure attack and be elements route by figure caption. Easy though, easy. It's just easy like that. Like figured element and figured fig caption element improve chart accessibility. Improve form field. Improve form field accessibility with the label element. Improving accessibility with semantic. Okay, no problem. No big deal with no big deal with no views. No big deal with no big. Okay, no problem. No big deal with no big deal. Use it. Audio contained with audio element. Audio contain HTML contain this improvement form field accessibility. Accessibility improvement form field accessibility with label element. Improving accessibility with semantic HTML markup applies to using both appropriate tag names and attributes. The next several challenges cover some important scenarios using attribute in forms. So improve form field accessibility with the label element. I don't know what is label element mean. So improving accessibility with semantic HTML markup applies to using both appropriate tag names and attributes. The next several challenges cover some important scenarios using attributes in forms. The label tag wraps the text for a specific form control item. The text for a specific form, usually the name or label for the label tag wraps the text for a specific form control item, usually the name or label. This ties meaning to the item and makes the form more readable. The four attributes on a label. The four attributes on a label tag explicitly associated with label with form control and is You learned about radio buttons and their labels. In that lesson, we wrap the radio button input element inside a label element along with the label text in order to make the text clickable. Another way to achieve this by using for attribute. So what is the for attribute? I don't know what is the for attribute is like. Let's read it again. Improve form field accessibility with the label element. Improving accessibility with semantic HTML markup applies to using both appropriate tag names and attributes. The next several challenges cover some important scenarios using attributes in form. So the label tag wraps the text for a specific form control item, usually the name or label for choice. This ties meaning to the item and makes the form more readable. For the four attribute on label tag explicitly associated with the form control and is radio buttons and their labels. The radio buttons input element inside the text clickable. The value of origin. Fuck it, man. Oh, it's like this. Fuck it. Oh, it's kind of really crazy with this. Fuck it. I think it's kind of really easy. So it's kind of really easy, right? If you understand English, it will more easy. Improve form field accessibility with the label element. Improving accessibility with the semantic HTML markup applies to using both appropriate tag names and attributes. The next several challenges cover some important scenarios. Using attributes in forms, the label tag wraps the text for a specific form control item using the name or label for choice. This ties meaning to the item and makes the form more readable. Like label just make the form more readable. That is the meaning. Easiest to understand what is label. What is the meaning of label? Label tag is that make easier form more readable. The four attribute on labeled explicit explicit
explicitly,
explicitly laid like the and the four attribute on a label tag explicitly associates that label with the form control and is used by screen reader. Is what is the for attribute mean? So let's read more. You learn about radar buttons and their labels in the lesson in the basic HTML section. In that lesson, we wrap the radar button in element inside a label element along with the label text. So so like mm, it's just mean when we give for attribute, when we click on the text, how to say, like we wrap label element along with text in order to make it the text. So the for attribute is mean just make it makes the tag, it makes the tag clickable. It makes the tag clickable. Easy. Oh my god, I need to go to my Mm. Easy, right? Fucking really easy. I don't know how to say when I finish to eat this and I want to eat it one more time. Fuck it.
Standardize.
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 Standardize. Oh my god. Time element, daytime attribute. What the fuck to standardize? Oh, I see nothing. So I need to wrap this text in time element with date time attribute. I have no idea about this. What the fuck is that? So standardized times with HTML5 datetime attribute. Continuing with the date theme. Continuing with the date theme, HTML5 also introduced the time element along with the date time attribute to standardize times. The time element is an inline element that can wrap a date or time on a page. A date time attribute holds a valid format of that date. This is the value accessed by assistive devices. It helps avoid confusing by starting a standardized version of time. It's fucking really just like time element and date time attribute to standardize times and nothing else. Just remember like that. Make elements only visible to a screen reader by using customer CSS. Fuck it, guys. I don't know how to say, but I hate this device so much. How to change to use this device? Because yeah, it's easy to use for me right now. Make element only visible to a screen. I hate this feeling. Make element only visible to a screen reader by using customer CSS. Make elements only visible to. Have you noticed that our applied accessibility challenge? Ah, fuck it. Attribute make elements. Have you noticed that our applied accessibility challenge? Ah, fuck it. Guys, can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 18, 11, 13, 16. Or of applied. Guys, 14, 16, 18, 11, 13, 16. Or of applied. Guys, 14, 16. So I need to improve more about 20, maybe 20. Okay, it's better, isn't it? Make elements only visible to a screen reader by using customer CSS. Have you noticed? Make elements only visible to a screen reader. Have you noticed that all of the applied accessibility challenges so far haven't used any CSS? Have you noticed that all of applied access challenge so far haven't used any CSS? Yeah, I understand. We can apply CSS in 3 ways. This shows the importance of using a logical document outline and semantically meaningful text around your content before introducing the visual design aspect. However, CSS Magic can also improve accessibility on your page when you want to visual high content mean only for screen reader. This happens when information is in a visual format like chart per screen reader Need to auto. What the fuck is this? Here. Make elements only. So we make elements only visible to a screen readable.
Stacked.
Okay, so let me see. Make elements only visible to a screen reader by using custom CSS. Have you noticed that are of the applied accessibility?
Accessibility.
Accessibility. Make elements only visible to a screen reader by using custom CSS. Have you noticed? Sao á?
Nãy gọi hỏi gì nhị làm chi đấy?
Thì hỏi vui thôi, sao?
Gọi được chưa?
Rồi,
Đi làm hay nhà đấy?
ở nhà.
Chứ cái gì hề? Gì nhị ở nhà hả?
Biết đâu.
Chứ mới gọi làm gì?
Gọi kết bạn Zalo với gì? Chị đang làm gì ạ?
Ok.
Ừ,
Có thấy mặt anh hai môn à?
bơi. Bơi.
Ơi!
Bơi. Vậy.
Ôi kìa. Có thấy mặt mũi đâu mà bơ?
Này mọc tóc đâu rồi. Biết nói tiếng chưa? Đấy. Bơi.
Mi có thấy mặt Mi đâu mà bơ?
Đang gọi bằng máy tính. Biết nói tiếng Việt chưa?
Chưa, trời ơi. À nói đi. Ba.
Anh Bảo.
Anh, hôm qua nó lấy cái hình của mày ở trong cái tủ này nè. Hắn ra hắn ngồi hắn chơi nói chuyện đi.
Anh Bảo.
Là anh. Có thấy anh đâu mà ác. Mệt kinh.
Oh my god, that is my mom. Make elements only visible to a screen reader by using custom CDs. Have you noticed that all of the applied accessibility challenges so far haven't used any CDs? This shows the importance of using a logical document apply and semantically meaningful tags around your content before introducing the visual design aspect. However, CSS margin can also improve accessibility on your page when you want to visually hide content. Mean only for screen reader. This happens when information is in visual format, like chart. I don't know how to say, but do the same thing display done. So the meaning of over follow hidden, just like make the table disappear. Improve readability. Improve readability with high contrast text. Low contrast between the foreground and background colors can make text difficult to read. Sufficient contrast improves your text readability. But what exactly does sufficient mean? The Web Content Accessibility Guidance recommend at least 4.5 or 2:1 contrast ratio for normal text. The ratio is calculated by compare the relative luminance values for two colors. Luminance. This range from luminance, the amount of light given out in a particular direction from a particular area. Oh my god. So let me see here. Improve readability with high contrast text. Low contrast between the foreground and background color can make text difficult to read. Sufficient contrast improves your content's readability, but what exactly does sufficient mean? Web Content Accessibility
Guideline.
A set of rules. Guidelines, a set of rules or instructions that are given by official organizations telling you how to do something. Web Content Accessible Guidelines, WCAG, common at least a 4:5 to 1 contrast ratio from normal text. The ratio is calculated by comparing the relative luminance, the amount of light given out in a particular direction from a particular area. Values of two colors. This ranges from 1 for the same color or no contrast to 21 for the white against black. The amount of
Substantial.
large in amount, value, or important. Substantial, the most substantial contrasts. Where are many contrast tools? Cabot-Cast's choice of light gray text on a white okay. So the meaning of this lesson is improve readability with high contrast text. So this lesson is you need to understand that you need to choose the contrast color to make a reader easier to read. Avoid color blindness. Use sufficient contrast. Avoid color blindness. Avoid color blindness is used by using sufficient contrast. Color is a large part of visual design, but is introduced to accessibility is used.
Accessibility.
Accessibility is used. First, color alone should not be used as the only way to convey important information because screen reader users won't see it. Second, foreground and background colors need to sufficient contrast so colorblind user can distinguish them. Previous challenges
Covered.
Having a layer or a mouth of something on it. Covered. Having text alternatives to address. The first issue. The last challenge introduced contrast checking tools to help with the second. The WCAG recommend contrast ratio 4.5 with 1 applies for color use as well as grayscale combination. Colorblind users have trouble distinguishing some colors from others, usually in hue, but sometimes lightness as well. You may recall the contrast ratio is calculated using the relative luminance, relative luminance or lightness value of the foreground, the part of view picture. In practice, the 4.5 contrast ratio can be reached by shading, adding back to the darker color and tying to the lighter color. Darker shades on color wheel are considered to be shades of blues, violets, It's like just make easier to read. Compliance. Fuck it. Luminance.
Luminance.
Oh my god, what the fuck are you talking about? Kill me, please. avoid color blindness is used by carefully choosing colors that convey information. So there are various forms of color blindness. Okay, these can range. These can range from a reduced sensitivity to a certain wavelength of light to the inability to see color at all. The most common form is a reduced sensitivity to detect greens. For example, if two similar green colors are the oh my god, shoo. So for example, if two similar green colors are the foreground and background color of your content, a colorblind user may not be able to distinguish them. Close colors can be thought of as neighbors on the color wheel, and choose those combinations should be avoided when conveying important information. Some online color picking tools include visual simulations of how colors appear for different types of color blindness. These are great resources in addition to oh my god. It's fucking really easy though. I have nothing to say with this lesson, because like the meaning of the previous and this lesson is mean like convey information, make reader easier to read easier, keep links meaningful by using this link test. Nothing here. Screen reader users have various options for what type of content their device reads. These options include skipping to or over landmark elements, jumping to the main content, or getting a page summary. A page summary from the headings. Another option is to only hear the links available on the page. Screen readers do this by reading the text or what's between the anchor seriously. So give links meaning by using, so it's kind of really tricky here, it's it's like, oh my god, I don't know how to say with this lesson. Apply accessibility. Give links meaning by using descriptive link text. Screen reader users have various options for what type of content their device reads. These options include jumping to the main content or getting paid summary for the heading. Another option is to only hear the links available on the page. Screen readers do this by reading the link text or what's between the anchor. A text having a list of click here or read more links isn't use helpful. Instead, use brief but descriptive text with the a text to provide more meaning for their user. The link text covered. It's fucking really crazy with this. Make links navigable. Wide and deep enough for ships and boats to sail on. HTML offers link button in from color. I don't know what the fuck does this mean. Use tab index to add keyboard focus to an element. The HTML tab index attribute has three distinct, easy or clear, hard, seen, fail,
Distinct.
three distinct functions relating to an element's keyboard focus. Okay, three distinct functions. When is on attack, okay, in on tag it indicate to show that something is true or exists. Indicators that the element can be focused on. The value an integer that's positive, negative, 0, positive, determines the behavior. Certain elements such as links and form controls automatically receives keyboard focus when the user taps through a table. Automatic receive keyboard focus. Taps through page is in the same order as the web. Focusable. I don't understand what the fuck is that. Ah. Okay. Ah. So use tab index to add keyboard focus to an element. The HTML tab index attribute has three distinct I don't understand. Gì á? Đang làm gì á? Hôm nay không đi làm à?
Làm đi con.
Hả?
Đang làm gì á?
Đang học.
Thì mẹ thấy cái đầu chưa?
Chưa. Mai nghỉ nữa hả? Mai còn làm gì không?
Không, gì ạ?
Hỏi cho biết thôi.
Chắc không về đâu. Đang học á?
Không, ý là tự học á.
À. Nay có lên trường không?
Có.
Một buổi hả? Lên đại học tính là khỏe hồi cấp 3 hả?
Chưa biết được, khó nhiều. Tự học.
Tự học là chủ yếu.
Ở trên đó có gì chơi không?
Giờ gì đang mệt lên chắc không có dẫn đi đâu chơi được đâu. Lên phòng gì chơi thì được. Mình chỉ có một cái nghề thôi, học cho giỏi cái nghề của mình, phải xuất sắc mới được.
Ấy Di, tí nữa Di chuyển tài khoản của Di qua đây, cháu có tiền thôi. Cháu 2 triệu đúng không?
Ủa có 1 triệu chứ mấy?
Tiền tập gym nữa.
Ủa vậy hả? Không nhớ luôn á. Rồi mẹ chuyển mấy triệu?
Mẹ chuyển 5 triệu.
Rồi trả tiền nhà chú Kim chưa?
Tiền mai mốt trả.
Rồi 5 triệu là trả gì? 2 triệu là còn có
3 triệu xong trả tiền nhà 2 triệu là còn 1 triệu.
mà giờ 15 rồi.
Thì 15 sao đâu. Ăn bình thường mà.
Cũng sắp hết tháng rồi.
Đầu tháng mày gửi lại.
Cái gì chút gì chuyển nha.
Dạ.
Thì mấy nay đi học vui không?
Cũng bình thường. Chơi tụi nó chơi là nhiều, đứa nào học thì học, còn đứa nào chơi thì chơi, kệ kệ đứa đó chứ.
Nói chung mấy cái môn mà tư tưởng Mác Lênin á, thầy nói là tập trung chỗ nào là con để ý chỗ đó, là thường nó sẽ ra thi những cái chỗ mà thầy cô nói là anh chị nhớ ghi nhớ cái chỗ này này, anh chị nhớ tập trung vào chỗ này, là thường là ra đề thi chỗ đó đó nha.
Vâng.
Cái đồ ăn còn không?
Còn nhiều.
Kho làm gì làm đi. Chú đi chuyển.
Dạ.
Con chuyển thể nào cũng được phải không? Vậy nhá. Chứ vẫn còn đau cổ luôn à?
Chắc để có người khám rồi có anh nó khám.
Anh nào?
Anh trong phòng tập gym. Anh làm chuyên về cái đó nên bữa nào hẹn anh hẹn chủ nhật hay thứ bảy khảo lắm mà.
Ủa? Tập gym mà sao biết khám?
PT, anh PT là anh là người huấn luyện á, chứ không phải anh tập gym. Người huấn luyện á.
PT thì biết gì đâu khám.
Không, anh nói chuyên về nhiều cái. PT có PT tập về thể hình, có PT tập về chuyên về khám lưng, khám cổ. Người ta tập người ta biết.
Hỏi mấy cái động tác yoga rồi thêm nữa thôi chứ còn.
Không, cháu cũng không biết nữa.
Nói chung là ở nhà tự vặn cổ nửa tiếng đi.
Vâng.
Nó cũng đỡ, nó cũng giãn ra. Coi mấy cái bài tập trên mạng đó.
Dạ.
Tự mình vật lý trị liệu cho mình đi.
Oh my god, I understand now. Fuck it. Here is change my mouse. My here, this is my mouse, and yeah. Fuck it. Oh my god, I hate this. Kind of. I don't know how to fix this. Fuck. I have no idea. Okay, I have done 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4. responsive web design principles. Okay, so far so good. 16, 18, 11, 13, 16, and range. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4. So far so good. Responsive web design principle. There are many devices that can access the web, and they come in all shapes and size. Responsive website is the practice of design flexible website that can respond to different screen size.
Orientation
And resolution.
Resolution
And define definite decision to do revolution. In this course you'll learn how to use CSS to make your web page look good, no matter what device you view on. I don't know, but I hate this fucking really. So, responsive web design principles. There are many devices that can access the web, and they come in all shapes and size. Responsive web design is the practice of designing flexible websites that can respond to different screen size. orientated,
orientation,
orientation and resolution. In this course, you learn how to use CSS to make your web pages look good no matter what device they review on. MIDI query. Create a MIDI query. Create a MIDI query. Meter varies. Queries. Meter queries are a new technique introduced in CSS3 that change the presentation of content based on different web viewport sizes. Create a MIDI query. MIDI queries are a new technique introduced in CSS3 that change the presentation of content based on different viewport sizes. The viewport is a user's visible area of a web page. Viewport, an area inside a frame on screen or an area inside a frame on screen. Meter queries are a new technique introduced in CSS3 that change presentation of content based on different viewport sizes. The viewport is a user visible area of a web page and is different depending on the device used to access the site. Meter queries consist of a meter type and meter queries are a new technique introduced in CSS3 that change the presentation of content based on different viewport size. The viewport is a user's visible area of a web page and is different depending on the device used to access the site. Meter queries consist of a media type, and if that media type matches the type of device, the document is displayed on the style. The style are applied. You can have as many sectors and styles inside your meter queries. Here example of meter query that return content when device width is less than. So make an image responsive. Making image responsive CSS is actually very simple. You just need to add these properties to image here. Max width 100%, high auto. The max width of 100% will make sure the image is never wider than the container it is in, and the height of auto will make the image keep its original aspect ratio. Add the style rules to the responsive in class to make it responsive. It should never be wider than its container. In this case, it's the preview window, and it should keep its original aspect ratio. After you have added your code, resize the
Retina.
retina, a layer of tissues at the back of the eye, sensitive to light and sense. Retina image for high resolution displayed. With the increase of internet connected device, their sizes and specific use a retina image for higher resolution displays. With the increase of internet connected devices, their sizes and specifications vary, and the displays they use could be different, external and internal. Pixel density is an aspect that could be different on the device from on. I don't understand what the fuck is this. What the fuck is this? Are you kidding me? Oh, understand. So, like your retina image for higher resolution display, with the increase of internet connected device, their sizes and specification vary, and the displays they use could be different externally and internally. Pixel density is an aspect that could be different on one device from others, and this density is known as a
density.
Okay, so like the density, with the increase of internet connected devices, their size and specification vary, and the display they use could be different external and internal. We don't know. Pixel density. Pixel density is an aspect that could be different on one device from others, and this density is known as pixel PPI or dots per inch DPI. The most famous such display is known as Retina display on the latest Apple MacBook Pro notebooks and recently iMac computers. Due to the differences in pixel density between the Retina and non-Retina display, some images that have not been made with a high-resolution display in mind could look pixelated, where render a high display. The simplest way to make your images properly appear on high resolution display such as the MacBook Pro's Retina display is to define their width and their height values as only half of the original file is. Here is an example here, so it's so easy, right? Make typography.
Typography.
The art or work of preparing books, etc. for printing, especially of designing how text will appear when it is printed. Make typography responsive. Make typography responsive. Instead of using M or pixel to size text, you can use viewport units for responsive typography. Viewport units like percentages are relative units, but they are pairs of different items. Viewport units are relative to the viewport dimensions, width or height of a device. Percentages are relative to the size of the parent containing element. The four different viewport units are Oh my god, what the fuck I'm doing right now at the moment is fucking really hard to understand. I even don't know what I'm doing right now is. Actually, in my opinion, I don't know what I'm doing right now. Make typography responsive instead of. Make typography responsive. By falling to prepare, you are prepared to form. By falling to prepare. By falling to prepare. Don't be satisfied with stories how things have gone with others. I just have two lessons to learn for today. actually don't know what is like flex spot is. I learned it one time and I still don't understand what is CSS flex spot is.
Shrink.
Use display flex to position. This section uses alternative challenge styles to show how to CSS to position elements in a flexible way. First, a challenge will explain theory, and then practical challenge using a simple tweet component will apply the flexible concept. What is display flex? So like I don't know what is display flexible is. This section uses alternative challenge stylers to show how to use it as to position elements in a flexible way. First, a challenge will explain theory, then a practical challenge using a simple tweet component will apply add flexible power to the tweet embed. Add flexible powers to tweet embed. To the right in the tweet embed that will be used as a practical example. Some of the elements would look better with a different layout. The last challenge demonstrated display flex. Here you'll add it to several components in the tweet embed to start adjusting their position. Oh, so I understand what is the light display flex is. Fuck it. So add flex superpowers to the tweet embed. To the right is the tweet embed that will use as practical example. Some of the elements would look better with a different layout. The last challenge demonstrated display. Here you add it to several components in tweet embed. Understand. Like now this is our web page. So when I add like display property with flex value, I will see that it's in a one row. Oh, so that is the meaning of flexbox. Use display flex to position two boxes. This section used to alternative challenge style to show how to use CSS to position element in a flex way. First, a challenge will explain theory, then a practical challenge using the simple tweet component will apply the flexbox concept, placing the CSS property display. Oh my god, it's fucking really hard, guys. It's not easy. Oh my god, it's fucking really hard. Adding display flex to an element turns it to a flex container. This makes it possible to align any children of that element into rows or column. Use the flex direction. Oh my god, it's fucking really hard, guys. It's not easy. Use the flex direction property to make a row. Adding display flex to Flex is a powerful, well-supported layout method that was introduced with the latest version CS3. With Flexbox, it's easy to center elements on the page and create dynamic user. It's not easy. Use the flex direction property to make a row. Adding display flex to an element turns it to a flex container. Yeah, this makes it possible to align any children of that element into rows or columns. You do this by adding flex direction property to the parent item and setting it to row or column. Creating a row will align the children horizontally, and creating column will align the children vertically. Add the CSS properties flex direction rows. Oh, understand. Oh my god, I understand everything. Up to this time, I understand everything, guys. It's fucking really hard, not easy. So the meaning of display, the concept, the fact, the concept of display flags is to flags to adding if I adding display flags to an element, it will turn into a flags container. If I add this display flags property to random flag element in HTML, it will turn into a flags container. This makes it possible to align any children of that element into rows or column. You do thing by adding the flex direction property. So it's easy. So here, this is box container. Where is box container? Box container have box 1 and box 2. Box 1 is blue, box 2 is red, and box container contain 2 boxes like this. So if I give box container display flags, let's we see. So box container, it will turn to a flags container box. Why I say that? Yeah, here our box container previous now changed to a flags box, and the default value of flags direction is row. So that's mean the default is turns contain to row. Now I want to turn it to column. It's fucking really. The header and footer in tweet embed example have to try items that could be arranged as rows using the flex direction. Fuck it. Just roll. It's the same. Fuck it. It is the same. Oh my god. Apply the flex direction property to create rows in the tweet embed. The header and footer. Apply the flag direction property to create rows in the tweet embed. The header and footer in the tweet embed example have child items that could be arranged as rows using flag direction property. This tells CSS to align the children horizontally. It's the same. Fuck it. Use this flex direction property to make column. Fuck it. Easy though. So now 2 box. I have the first box and the second box. I have the first box and the second box. The first box is blue and the second is red, and it is on the road, and I want they are on the road, and now I want these 2 boxes are on the column. So I need to set display flags to make it to make a box container become a flex container, and then I give flex property direction with value column, and see the result here. It will change to nothing. Fuck it. Column. It will change to column. Fuck it. Easy. I know it. Apply the flag direction property to create a column in the tweet embed. File action column. So I change this to column. Oh my god, it's fucking really easy now. It makes me feel easy though, doesn't it? Align elements using justify content property. Oh, fuck it. Oh, my mind blew up. I don't know how to say, but it's fucking really tired though. I need to stand up and go around because Align elements using justify content property. Align element. Oh my god, I see 5 fucking a lot of make me don't want to read it. Actually, I really don't want to read it. What the fuck is that? Really? A lot. Mm,
justify,
Severance. I'm your instructor, and I welcome you to this class. The basic goal of this class is to teach everybody how to program, regardless of your background. You don't have to be a math whiz, you don't have to be a computer expert, no matter how old you are or what your background is, we want to teach you how to program. So welcome to the course, welcome to Chapter 1. So, the first thing to understand is that the purpose to learn to program is because computers want to do things for us. They are built and created and designed, and their hardware is set up so that they basically ask us, what do you want to do next? If you grab your phone sort of does nothing until you tell it what to do. It waits for you, and it's just waiting for you, and all the hardware, computer technology around you is generally waiting for you. And we can use this for useful things. We could play video games, we could have it help navigate for our cars. Someday we might even have self-driving cars. And it's really, in a sense, in my mind, silly if you spend your whole life not really understanding this technology. And I think it's important that we learn to tell these computers what to do rather than just let them increasingly control our lives. So, as we'll see, computers aren't very smart on their own. We humans are the ones that imbue them with knowledge, but we need to learn to speak their language. It is much easier for us to learn to speak their language than it is for them to learn to speak our language. Although, with these cell phones, we're starting to see little bits where they can begin to understand, but you would be amazed at the 40 or 50 years that it has taken us to understand how to build programs to begin to understand. So I'm bringing you into something where everybody, and welcome to Chapter 1 of Python for Everybody. I'm Charles Severance, I'm your instructor, and I welcome you to this class. The basic goal of this class is to teach everybody how to program, regardless of your background. You don't have to be a math whiz, you don't have to be a computer expert, no matter how old you are or what your background is, we want to teach you how to program. So welcome to the course, welcome to Chapter 1. So, the first thing to understand is that the purpose to learn to program is because computers want to do things for us. They are built and created and designed, and their hardware is set up so that they basically ask us, what do you want to do next? If you grab your phone, your phone sort of does nothing until you tell it what to do. It waits for you, and it's just waiting for you, and all the hardware, computer technology around you is generally waiting for you. And we can use this for useful things. We could play video games, we could have it help navigate for our cars. Someday we might even have self-driving cars. And it's really, in a sense, in my mind, silly if
trên màn hình các bạn đang nhìn thấy là cái
you spend your whole life not really understanding this technology. And I think it's important that we learn to tell these computers what to do rather than just let them increasingly control our lives. And so, as we'll see, computers aren't very smart on their own. We humans are the ones that imbue them with knowledge, but we need to learn to speak their language. It is much easier for us to learn to speak their language than it is for them to learn to speak our language. Although, with these as we'll see, computers aren't very smart on their own. We humans are the ones that imbue them with knowledge, but we need to learn to speak their language. It is much easier for us to learn to speak but we need to learn to speak their language. It is much easier for us to learn to speak their language than it is for them to learn to speak our language. Although, with these cell phones, we're starting to see little bits where they can begin understand, but you would be amazed at the 40 or 50 years that it has taken us to understand how to build programs to begin to understand. So I'm bringing you into something where you are going to learn the ways of programming and the ways of the computer, because it's easier to teach you how to program than it is to teach this how to work in your world, even though ultimately the goal is to get this to do work for you. So part of what I'm trying to do is move you from a user perspective, where you just look at the computer as something that someone else has constructed and you are the user of, to the point where you construct new things. Now, the first kinds of things that you're going to construct are actually things to solve your own problems. And it's very popular now to work on data, and Python is an excellent programming language for data mining and data analysis, and that's a lot of what we're going to do in this course, although really it's a gateway to all kinds of things like, artificial intelligence or gaming or navigation or mobile applications or entertainment, all kinds of things. But first we have to learn to program. We have to move from using the computer as a tool to using the tools within the computer that allow us to change how the computer sees the world. So there's a couple of reasons that you might want to be a programmer. Some of you are looking to improve your career, to be paid to work on programming. I've been a paid programmer most of my life, and I like it. It's a good job. You don't have to stand in the mud. You don't have to lift things. You have to use your brain. And I'll just say that it has been nice for my career to not be exposed to the elements, but to be able to work often wherever I want. But that's actually our secondary goal. Our first goal is to get you to write programs that solve problems that you have to solve. Maybe you have a job as an accountant or a lawyer or something else, and maybe you run across some data. Maybe there's some system that logs your time and it's not quite giving the report that you want to give. And so you say, could I just grab the log data myself and write a program to do some analysis to say, oh, what's the average this versus that, or the average of some other thing, right? And so that's the basic idea, that you'll initially use computers to serve your own ends. That makes it a lot easier to write programs because you don't have to worry about, you know, a million users using your software. If it works for you, then we're happy. So it takes a little more training to write software for other people or for thousands and thousands of other people. And so part of what I want to do is I want to change your perspective. You know, you look at this from the outside and you see it from the outside and you click on things. I want to turn this around, and I want you to be the person inside this looking out at the world. And as a programmer, we are making things inside these computers for the world. And so we want to pull you into being part of this. We want you inside this, or thinking inside this. And what you learn is that if you're inside this computer and you are taking your instructions to build programs to be used by the human, oops, almost dropped that. The human outside the computer, you have things that you need to take advantage of. There's things like the central processing unit, the memory of this system, the network connection of this system, the disk drive or permanent storage on this system. And as a programmer, you're kind of mediating between all those internal resources that this has that are not very smart but highly powerful, and mediating with what that user wants, right? And so we take the end user, and we programmers, we serve the end user, but the computer serves us. So together, between us and all the computer's resources, we can serve the needs of the end user. And we do this by writing code or programming, okay? And what is that? Well, programming is a sequence of instructions where we are giving instructions to the resources inside the computer in a way to accomplish the goals of the end user. And remember, sometimes we are our own end user. It's not just you know, you're not always doing a startup, you're not always writing a mobile gaming system. Sometimes you're writing something for yourself, but that's okay. So sometimes you're writing something. To solve a problem, you're like crafting, you're doing something that you could do by hand or manually, and you're making some clever little 25 or 100 line program.
Hôm bữa sao khó thế? Hôm siêu kiểu sao? Em cũng chả biết. Khó thế nhờ? Rắc rối thế.
I work on the open source learning management system, Sakai, it is my creativity. I've got an idea and I want to share it with a million users, and so I write my code for an external audience. And so code is that sequence of instructions that the computer itself doesn't know. Hello everybody, and welcome to Chapter 1 of Python for Everybody. I'm Charles Severance, I'm your instructor, and I welcome you to this class. The basic goal of this class is to teach everybody how to program, regardless of your background. You don't have to be a math whiz, you don't have to be a computer expert, no matter how old you are or what your background is, we want to teach you how to program. So welcome to the course, welcome to Chapter 1. So, the first thing to understand is that the purpose to learn to program is because computers want to do things for us. They are built and created and designed, and their hardware is set up so that they basically ask us, what do you want to do next? If you grab your phone sort of does nothing until you tell it what to do. It waits for you. And it's just waiting for you, and all the hardware, computer technology around you is generally waiting for you. And we can use this for useful things. We could play video games, we could have it help navigate for our cars. Someday we might even have self-driving cars. And it's really, in a sense, in my mind, silly if you spend your whole life not really understanding this technology. And I think it's important that we learn to tell these computers what to do rather than just let them increasingly control our lives. So, as we'll see, computers aren't very smart on their own. We humans are the ones that imbue them with knowledge, but we need to learn to speak their language. It is much easier for us to learn to speak their language than it is for them to learn to speak our language. Although, with these cell phones, we're starting to see little bits where they can begin to understand, but you would be amazed at the 40 or 50 years that it has taken us to understand how to build programs to begin to understand. So I'm bringing you into something where you are going to learn the ways of programming and the ways of the computer, because it's easier to teach you how to program than it is to teach this how to work in your world, even though ultimately the goal is to get this to do work for you. So part of what I'm trying to do is move you from a user perspective where you just look at the computer as something that someone else has constructed and you are the user of, to the point where you construct new things. Now the first kinds of things that you're going to construct are actually things to solve your own problems. And it's very popular now to work on data. Python is an excellent programming language for data mining and data analysis, and that's a lot of what we're going to do in this course, although really it's a gateway to all kinds of things like, artificial intelligence or gaming, navigation or mobile applications or entertainment, all kinds of things. But first you have to learn to program. We have to move from using the computer as a tool to using the tools within the computer that allow us to change how the computer sees the world. So there's a couple of reasons that you might want to be a programmer. Some of you are looking to improve your career, to be paid to work on programming. I've been a paid programmer most of my life, and I like it. It's a good job. You don't have to stand in the mud. You don't have to lift things. You have to use your brain. And I'll just say that it has been nice for my career to not be exposed to the elements, but to be able to work often wherever I want. But that's actually our secondary goal. Our first goal is to get you to write programs that solve problems that you have to solve. Maybe you have a job as an accountant or a lawyer or something else, and maybe you run across some data. Maybe there's some system that logs your time, and it's not quite giving the report that you want to give. And so you say, could I just grab the log data myself and write a program to do some analysis to say, oh, what's the average this versus that, or the average of some other thing, right? And so that's the basic idea, that you'll initially use computers to serve your own ends. That makes it a lot easier to write programs because you don't have to worry about a million users using your software. If it works for you, then we're happy. So it takes a little more training to write software for other people or for thousands and thousands of other people. And so part of what I want to do is I want to change your perspective. these computers for the world. And so we want to pull you into being part of this. We want you inside this, or thinking inside this. And what you learn is that if you're inside this computer and you are taking more instructions to build programs to be used by the human, oops, almost dropped that, the human outside the computer, you have things that you need to take advantage of. There's things like the central processing unit, the memory of this system, the network connection of this system, the disk drive or permanent storage on this system. And as a programmer, you are kind of mediating between all those internal resources that this has that are not very smart but highly powerful, and mediating with what that user wants, right? And so we take the end user, and we programmers, we serve the end user, but the computer serves us. So together, between us and all the computer's resources, we can serve the needs of the end user. And we do this by writing code or programming, okay? And what is that? Well, programming is a sequence of instructions where we are giving instructions to the resources inside the computer in a way to accomplish the goals of the end user. And remember, sometimes we are our own end user. It's not just you know, you're not always doing a startup, you're not always writing a mobile gaming system. Sometimes you're writing something for yourself, but that's okay. So sometimes you're writing something to solve a problem. You're like crafting, you're doing something that you could do by hand or manually, and you're making some clever little 25 or 100 line program, and you're putting that in. Other times, like when I work on the open source learning management system Sakai, it is my creativity. I've got an idea and I want to share it with 1 million users, and so I write my code for an external audience. And so code is that sequence of instructions that the computer itself doesn't know how to hand a roster out, but I can write code that will hand a roster out by looking at the data that's inside this computer, inside this application. Looking at the data that's inside this computer, inside this application. And so if you think about programs, we have programs for computers and programs for humans. And a number of years ago, now sooner or later this will be me showing my age, this is an example of the Macarena. And the Macarena is a song that effectively is a sequence of instructions. You put your left hand out, you put your right hand out, you put it on the shoulder, you wiggle, 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 and you spin around and you do things. And this is a program for people, and so I want you to take a quick look at this and see if you can find anything wrong with this particular program. So look really closely. So I'll show you. It's got some typographical errors in it, and we as humans are really good at reading or hearing typographical errors and correcting them automatically, instantly. And but computers are not. Computers are extremely literal. If it saw this ham instead of hand, it would think, what's a ham? And why am I going to hit someone in the back of the head with a ham? And why would I take my left hand and hit somebody? That's, you know, these are all bad things. But the computer is going to take us very literally. And so we have to be really precise. And the computer just doesn't know the difference between what we mean and what we say. So we have to be very precise. And this is one of the great frustrations that people have when they first start using computers. And so we have to get this right. We have to get these little bits of text exactly the way they are. Computers will blow up with syntax errors, and they seem to make quite a fuss when you make the tiniest of errors, but you'll get used to that. I mean, that's not because you're bad or you're less than awesome. It just means the computers can't compensate when you make small mistakes. And so you've got to get used to the fact that the computer is sort of intellectually not as strong as you, and so it gets confused really easy. Even though when it gets confused, it says seemingly mean things to you. So you'll get used to that. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I want to throw up some text, and I want you to, while this text is up, I want you to count the number of each word in this text and tell me what the most common word is this text. Okay? So here we go. I kind of made that hard on you on purpose by moving around and distracting you and confusing you. But even if it's not moving at all, it's a little bit, tricky to do. You probably stare at it a couple of times. Your brain is going back and forth and back